Hello, hello, everyone. Good to see you. And it's Saturday, May 17th. You're watching Quoth with Raven, Lewis Sprite Raven. I'm your host and artist for the day, Lewis Sprite Raven, 35-year veteran. And we're going to start with a dragon that's partially penciled blue lines. And let's see if we can get a good angle on this. Well, I want that out of the way, so we'll put that behind the camera. And let's see here. Let's move this over here. Move that slightly over there. Move that out of the way. You guys should be able to see it okay, I think. Go ahead and get to work. Now, some people might be saying, hey, where's the Fat Boy characters from Fat Boy and Piggyback that I was doing last weekend? And also, where's Chris? Because Chris was here last week doing some computer coloring on a Catwoman sketch I'd done. Unfortunately, he had other obligations this weekend. He might be here tomorrow, but today he had obligations to be elsewhere. He had to go on an adventure. Go play D&D with his friends. Which, that's cool. You kind of need to get away from all the stresses of dealing with what we deal with as creators anyway. As fun as drawing can be, it's also very stressful at times. So sometimes you just need to let your brain rest and do something else for a while. I've had some people asking me if I've been watching any of the Marvel TV stuff since we were watching Werewolf by Night this past week. I did finally manage to get the Falcon / Captain America and Winter Soldier storyline. That miniseries finished this last night. I'll talk about that during one of our Friday episodes. Probably not this week. I think we already had a decision of whatever else we were doing, but it might be a couple weeks before we get to that one because I promised Monster Family would do some classic stuff that he could actually watch on TV, on Tubi or something soon, because he hasn't been able to watch a lot of stuff. He doesn't have Disney or Netflix or whatever. And when you don't have that, it's hard to follow what we're talking about. And we understand. Certainly I do. I had that problem for so many years. That's why I'm behind on all the Marvel stuff and Star Wars stuff. But right now, we're going to draw this dragon. I'm not liking this. I could have sworn I had my throw leaf here. It's not. Let me sit back for just a second. And I'm back. I just don't like the thickness of this particular line, so we're going to go back and erase it. Thin it out some. That's better. Doing some hatching there in that one section. Lead into the dragon wing. As you can see, I'm letting the wings be a little bit jagged and ripped up and stuff from years of wear and tear. Pardon me. As I was saying, watched a little bit of that, or finished watching that Falcon and Winter Soldier thing, and I need to find some stuff to watch on Tubi so that our other people that watch the channel on a regular basis can kind of join us and have fun with that. Um, I'm not sure yet what kind of situations going on with that because it turns out that I have very different tastes from Chris. He likes a lot of the old B style horror films of the 80s, and I think those are awful and cheesy, which is part of why he likes them because they are awful and cheesy. Um, I don't enjoy watching them very much. And then John has, or our third co-host, John Norris, has his own kind of taste, and he's even more old school than I am in a way because he prefers like 50s and 60s and 70s stuff, and he's not really the horror fan that Chris is, and we're not. It's kind of hard to find something that we're all like, yeah, we can watch that. Because Chris doesn't care for sci-fi that much, um, which is kind of my go-to genre in film. So it's been interesting. That's why we've had some kind of, you know, some of the oddness that we've had for what we've been selecting for the films and stuff to watch, and why we've been getting into the a lot of the cartoon stuff that is available on Disney or Plex or some of these other things now that Chris gave me access because it was like, yeah, at least this is something we can all kind of sort of watch and do. And then John's been away, so it makes a difference because what Chris and I will do is not what John would do. So it's been an interesting ride of last few weeks trying to figure out what we're doing for the movies. Uh-oh, here comes the Midnight Monster. For those who are watching for the first time, that means my cat is here. Midnight. Possibly wanting attention, which means he wants in the chair, which is not going to happen while I'm drawing. Yes, I see you. So you just lay down. He just you didn't see him because it's the camera, but he came from behind. Like, can I get up in the chair? And the scary part is he might decide to. No, you don't. No. He was thinking about jumping up on the back of the chair, which is not a good idea. Tends to not only throw me out of balance on the chair, because he's like 17 pounds of fury furry. Where the heck are you now? He went back behind me. Yeah, you go over there and lay down. I don't like it when he's directly behind me anymore. Because when he tries to land on the back of the chair, he's too big. Tips the chair really back really fast. I don't need to go tumbling backward. Anywho, hope you're all having a good weekend so far. Happy Armed Forces Day to all of our veterans. Thank you. And currently active duty. Thank you for your service. We appreciate it. We appreciate you. That is one theme from yeah, I'll think of it. Falcon and Winter Soldier. That was kind of cool in a way because it was a lot of it was about not appreciating and not respecting those who made sacrifices, which is something our government and our people in this country don't do and not often enough. That's for sure. We don't appreciate our people. We don't appreciate one another enough in this country. But I'm not going to go into a tirade discussion on that. It's not a political channel here. Question. Who knows? There's that wing. I gotta get the other wing in there somehow. Shadows. What pencil am I using? I'm using a 0.7 millimeter technical pencil. And give his rock base that he's standing on some weight, shall we say? But I'm going to draw some more background to this and what's on here. Don't worry. And I know I got to get going. I started a little faster here because we're, even though we got 3 hours, I'm 20 minutes in. We're barely getting going here. What's taking so long? Draw, buddy, draw. I know it's not the best angle. One of these days, I'm going to get a camera angle that you guys can see a little bit better from. I wanted to do things a certain way when I bought a overhead camera for my security system. Unfortunately, it didn't work out where we hoped, and I couldn't find a way to get it do a live feed on the channel you could do it, with the camera right overhead. But first off, it was too far away, but I could always move the camera so it's closer. You guys can see. It was just, well, I have to wait and let it record, and then I have to like record it at 10-second intervals or 15-second intervals until I have a full episode, and splice it together and then put it on as a separate video. And that just, no, it's too much work. So that didn't pan out the way we'd hoped, unfortunately. Um, it is what it is. You just kind of have to. Here. Turn it upside down here so we can get to the tail. Get this snap open here. Give me another. Get those. Basic line drawing is in there now. get into the inks for a moment. Okay. Yeah, that works. All right, now we gotta draw some trees. These look like scribbles in a way, but they're just, pine trees. The pine trees there. Kind of keep it going and then back a little bit here. We want it to be consistent. Okay. Let's different types of trees in here. It's not all the same kind of tree. Maybe show a couple of other. A little less full. Maybe they got tore up by the dragon here, burned up a little bit. Maybe put some. Yeah, that's what back here. Okay, I think that'll do. Let's go ahead and get started on inks. Go ahead and get my clips. Here, get back into the ink in here. This thing actually inks. Yeah. Using the 0.3 pen right now. Mm. I may have to step away to check the mail here in a minute. I don't know yet. Um, why am I drawing a dragon? That's just what came in my head today. I started doing some sketching earlier. Someone's asking me another box. Do I have any finished pieces for sale? Uh, Not to show today. I don't, but I will tomorrow. I didn't because I watched the Falcon Winter Soldier thing all night last night, finishing up that. I didn't quite wake up at a reasonable hour to prep for this one to have everything to show everybody. That's my bad. It was just I finally got into it. I think I watched half the series, and then it's been a couple of weeks before I even got back to it because I just wasn't that into it. But once it finally got going, it just took a while. Are you guys really going to do a Fat Boy and Piggyback comic? That is what Chris wants to do. Yes. Um, if I'm being honest, I'm not completely sold on it yet, but about 85%, I guess. I don't know. Um, I got so many ideas that I haven't done, and sometimes you need a collaborator who's also kind of cheering you on and cheerleading you and stuff so that you can motivate yourself a little bit more. So that's kind of what's going on there, I think. Is because Chris is still kind of excited, where I'm kind of like, I don't know. But he said, no, we got to do this. So I'm like, okay, we'll see. It's not that I'm not interested in doing it. It's more, I got so many other things I need to be doing. And I just haven't been motivated to do much of anything for so long artistically, which I know is hard for people to understand. And how do you not be motivated? Drawing is so much fun and drawing is cool and things. And that has to do with depression and other aspects in my life. But If you have any questions or comments, you know, feel free to say something in the chat or in my other box that I'm trying to keep up with. I prefer it in the chat though. I'd like to know who's watching, because right now it says I have no watchers, but I'm getting questions. So it's kind of weird, but I guess somebody's watching it directly on YouTube. They're using it as some sort of third party thing, but I don't know how because I'm exclusively on YouTube, but very strange. Of course, some people, they have those, what do you call them? VPNs or whatever that hide your physical presence on the web. Maybe that does something to block your how I see you on this too. I don't know. It's possible, I suppose. Um, More or less just outlining right now, but what am I going to draw when I get done with this dragon? Good question. Um, I'm going to try and do a cover, Iron Man sketch cover. Hopefully, that's the plan. For those who have already lost interest in the dragon because it's not comics, it's fantasy. Um, Someone asked if I would do a werewolf by night. I might do that too. I don't know. Depends on how long it takes this thing to get done. Um, I've only got 3 hours here, folks. 3 hours seems like a long time. It really isn't. Because drawing is time consuming. And if I do this in full color, like I was planning, it took a lot longer yet. That's why I'm not doing a lot of the crazy detail that I usually do. It was like, where's the scales? Where's this other stuff? I'm sure we know you draw certain ways when you draw dragons. Just wait for it. It's coming. Um, I know Chris is playing D&D, but I kind of hope he tunes in and shows his buddies what I'm working on because maybe they'll want this. Hey, I get some money out of this now. I don't know, but oh, I see what I did. Okay. That's his. The tail was looking a little bit too thick in a certain spot, and that's because I didn't put it where I needed to. Yeah, that looks better. Still looks a little thick in the spot, but that's life. I'm not gonna fight it. Sometimes you have to accept the flaws in your art and just move on with the drawing. You know, someone else complains. Well, you know what? That was my artistic choice. It isn't specifically for publication. I don't feel the need to fight City Hall to make it right or right, shall we say? You saw my hand do a quotation gesture. But let's go ahead and start getting some of this heavier line in there. Here I'm using a brush pen. Let's see any question here. Um, did you ever finish a Mars Attack sketch? Oh crap. Okay. Yeah, I know what he's talking about. Um, I was doing a sketch, Mars Attacks cover sketch. The comic is damaged. I will finish it. I don't know how it got damaged, but it's got like a real bad um, bend in the corner now, and I just discovered that earlier today. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Um, I'm going to see if I can do some repair on it, but if I can't, who knows? Maybe I'll just do a special giveaway or something for free or something because it is a bad bend. I don't know. We'll see. I'll show everybody a little bit. I'll go get it. But, some of you would be like, "What? It's not that bad." But yeah, for collectabilities, I mean, it drops it massively. Well, it drops it all the way, like to from a 9 to down to what probably a 6, maybe even lower for collectability rating. So I'm not happy. I don't know what the hell happened to it. It's not finished yet either. I might go ahead and color it and stuff, but we'll see. Mhm. I know some of you are like, what's he doing? I'm thinking up some lines here to try and give the dragon a little more weight. That is as far as I can go on that. Okay. Let's get away from brush pen again. Back to the other. I'm working on this for a little over an hour. Oh, well, I'll get into color about another 5 or 10 minutes. Did I just do it? I think I just did. Yeah, let's just put this in. Okay. A little bit of pencil smudge coming in here. Okay. So I get confused into the inking. I don't know how I get pencil gradations from my off of a damn technical pencil, but I do. All right, where was I? I was over here. weight feels slightly different when I have to play games with it, but this is the three. Let me see if I get a little bit thicker pen that will work better for this. No, no, no. That's too thick. That's too thick. I'm gonna step away real quick here. Let you guys look at it for a few seconds here while I grab some more tech pen. Of course, it doesn't want to stay up. Why would it stay up? There we go. Oh, okay. Got me a different tech pen set. It's a little bit heavier line here. This is a 04. Yeah, that looks much better. I don't have to fight it so much. Get the line rate I want. Um, one's micron, one is oh geez. This says needle drawing pen, superior needle drawing pen. Yeah, I don't really think much of tools being what makes it work. The only thing is, sometimes these pens aren't as archival and might fade afterwards. I don't know, but for the immediate, I haven't had any problems with these fading yet, but I haven't really had them out in a huge sun situation. Um, one of these days, I'm going to have to do that where we test them and see what happens if we put them out in the sun for an extended period. Because, penny does fade very quickly. Okay, there's that. Do this. Work going. This is nice. I go to sleep now. Bye. Okay. Oh, thank you, Spark. I appreciate it. Kayla's done. Now we get to play a game with his wings. Undo these again. Do I ever use Hookwell? Not for this type of stuff now. And you probably won't see me use them on the live draw unless I happen to be doing a comic page at my drawing table instead of right here at the camera angle. If I can get it set up, you guys can see me doing that. Then I can show you using purple, but not for sketches like this. I know some of you want to see me do comic book pages, and that's one of the reasons why I haven't done the comic book pages during live draw as a rule, is because I'm not using the same tools as I always use. Well, I use these tools on the big pages too. You know, there's different types of techniques and different types of things that I can't do sitting at this angle. I guess you could say comfortably. I'm always afraid that the tip is going to split or, you know, bleed out and do something on the page when I do it from this angle, and I don't like it. So I prefer to have it flat more than the other. Which again was why we were trying to get it so I could have a camera set up at my drawing table. But part of the reason we haven't been able to do that is because the drawing table moves when I draw ever so slightly. And if I put a camera on it, it's going to wiggle the heck out of the camera. You'll think you were watching me while I was drawing. Oh, I was riding a bicycle or something on a mountain bike, you know, terrain or something. We tried that once as a practice, and oh, was it bad? And we were thinking, you know, maybe put a tripod behind me with the camera over my shoulder. We tried that; it didn't quite work either. Um, Mostly because of the cat. Um, he kept wanting to rub against the tripod instead of wheeling, which was not happy. And I don't need to have a broken camera. um, which almost happened. Um, so we just haven't figured out yet how we're going to do that. If I could figure out a way to make the table stay more stable, the table stay more stable. Yeah, say that 3 times fast. That. Okay. You can see my sarcasm is full gear. But yeah, that's kind of been the reason why that hasn't been done. And was part of the reason why I hadn't done live draw in a while because I was really trying to find a solution so that you guys could see me at the table instead of this board in my lap. But we just haven't figured it out yet. If you guys have suggestions on that, if you're an artist who does live draws, you can email me at the address and let me know what you have to say. Maybe you have a solution I haven't thought of. I can try. This. Yeah, I can kind of tell this pen's ink is a little bit lighter than the Nikon. So that's very interesting. Hmm. Okay. Let's ready. Get that over here. Get back to the 0.1 micron and start doing some patchwork. Mhm. I'm not going to do the scans all the way through. It gets a little bit too tedious. And again, this is a sketch, not a full-blown illustration. Yeah. And let's get that there. Tighten that up. Put that there. Okay. Now I do hear my mail coming, so I do need to step away for a minute because I'm expecting some packages. So I will be right back. Let me go ahead and off just so an angle you guys can see it at, so it doesn't fall. It doesn't want to do it. It's usual. Nope, it'll fall. All right, let me try this. That works. Be right back, folks. And we're back. Sorry. The mail guy decided he wanted to talk. And I'm like, I haven't got time to talk. I'm doing a podcast live. Okay, what was I here? Right. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm head now. But I'm waiting for some stuff in the mail and it hasn't come yet. It might not even come from Postal Service because technically it was shipped by DHL, but I don't know if DHL even serves this area, so I'm kind of worried about it. I'd ordered a Metal Hurlant via Kickstarter, but they say it's coming, so I don't know. Hopefully it'll arrive. And no, the Metal Hurlant is not the same thing as the heavy metal situation. I know the heavy metal people just decided to go ahead and ship their books to the stores before they sent out their stuff to their backers. This is a different group, different magazine. More humanoid. This is humanoids doing it more with the European stuff, and heavy metal. I don't know what it is. Um, I've got the first issue. I bought it at the store, but I haven't even looked at it because I actually thought I had backed heavy metal, but I didn't back it on Kickstarter, which is good because I would be very ticked off right now if I had. I would like to get my Metal Hurlant because I actually prefer the Metal Hurlant over the Americanized version anyway. Um, I know that sounds kind of pompous or odd to some people. Um, I just happen to like a lot of European comics, and the American version of the book never quite captured that. And I wanted that more. Uh, there. So I turn off. There we go. And so there's that. And I thought that had turned off and then realized it hadn't. My brain was thinking, turn it off, and then I never went and did it, I guess. Anyway, um, yeah, I just, you know, if you've watched this channel, you know I like a lot of European artists and stuff, so I was just more geared towards getting that than the American version because I've been reading the American version before they canceled it recently, and it wasn't bad. It just wasn't on the same level of what I want out of heavy metal, I guess, for lack of a better phrasing. I don't know. That, like that. Yeah, that looks good. All right. And we'll put our little teardrop like that. Get the eye going. That works. Okay. Now let's get the mount. Hold on a second. I gotta. This is not a particular style or breed of dragon. I'm just making stuff up as I go, basically. But um, I don't know. We're waiting to see if people actually show up. No. Tailbone. Tongue, rather, not tail. That would be pretty bad if you had a tail coming out of your mouth. Okay, let's go ahead and get playing around with these trees to start with for the color. Let's quick. Oh, moving my box. I don't want the box moved. Quick. Oh, someone just said I got to do some more scale work. They're right. You're right. I got to put scales on the tail. You're right. Great. My eye's twitching. Give it a second. Or just use one eye, which I don't want to do right now because that would not be good on doing what I'm doing. All right. Let me put that down and try that again. Now you guys can see the scaling of the dragon's tail. Again, closer. I still got the background to go, so let's go ahead and get to the background. We want to do pine trees. And I thought I had a certain pen here. It doesn't seem like I do. That's annoying. Well, if I don't have a pen here, let me grab it. The other stuff. While I'm at it, grab my marker. and the colored pencils. It's handy. There we go. Alrighty, what are we drawing here? We're drawing pine trees. And this is just basically hatch work. Lots and lots of hatch work. And try to make the trees look like trees, but also more than just, a collection of hatch lines. So you kind of have to fight with it a little bit. Get the occasional scraggly little tree line out there. This pen's kind of weak. Let me see if this one's a little bit better. Chris Hall says badass. This angle a little bit better. There we go. Oh yeah, this is much better. Go back in here and play a little bit there. Doing it this way kind of gives the ability to make a tree look the illusion of realness, but you can tell it's not the same pattern all the time. And I'm going to go back in with some different markers and different color tones in here to create different levels of shadow and depth to the trees as well. When we get that far. But I want to get these trees made first before I go into coloring the dragon, because I want to make sure I'm not using too much of the same color palette for the dragon as I do for the background. And a little happy tree. Well, there's one little happy tree. There's one next to it. He's in the forest, so I'm going to be drawing more than just this one little happy tree. But I've also got the little sad tree over here. I don't know if you guys can see the little sad tree. He doesn't have very many leaves on him. He kind of got burnt. Like, okay, let's go ahead and get this one started as well. Yeah, when I get this one going here. Oh, how long got? Oh, we're almost 2 hours on this already. Okay. Well, maybe I won't get to the Iron Man like I was planning. We'll see. Because I am going to get this done today. This piece. Even if. Now you see I'm doing a different kind of line stroke here on this tree compared to the other tree. And that's partly because this tree is closer in the foreground. So I'm going to kind of give the pattern a little bit more. The leaves are bigger. Will this stay because it's Sharpie? Not when I'm done. Because this is just an underdrawing, shall we say. I know a lot of people are like, oh, he's using a Sharpie. It's not professional grade work. Again, tools are not necessarily the defining element of what makes you professional. If you want to use expensive stuff, that's great. If you know how to use it, make it work for you, but you don't need it to do good work. Yeah, yeah, that works okay. When Chris says all his friends, I asked him since he wanted to know what I was drawing earlier. Couldn't wait to see what I was going to come up with. Um, since he was with his D&D gang, I figured, it's a dragon. They'll at least appreciate that. It's not like I'm drawing, something that has nothing to do with D&D. I figured they'd at least have a little bit of appreciation for that. Again, this is just the underdrawing. Have a little bit of pine needles, green, and of course there'll be some brown ones because all the brown ones, the pine needles are all dead on the ground. But we'll put that in there as well. We'll have a few more back here. A little bit. That looks good. Yeah, I like that. Let's go ahead and put a little bit of another one back here. And the dragons down over here. Yeah, that's good. Ready? Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and get that brush pen in here real quick. Put a little bit there. There. Little things in here as well. Put the things there. And there. Euphoria, I guess you could say. Oh, put a little bit of a green rear tone in here to fill some of that patch. And this colored pencil, actually, the wax of the colored pencil buildup protects the ink from getting faded. See, told you I had a little. So this helps. Now, the color wax, of course, does fade as well, but it's more protective than you think. This actually usually adds anywhere from 6 to 18 months barrier over your ink from heat and light dissipation from your ink on the page. Now, that being said, that doesn't sound like a lot, does it? 6 to 18 months. But the thing is, I'm also going to add like 2 or 3 more layers of color on the colored pencil here. So by the time we get a build layup, you're going to have probably a good thick barrier over the line art on this marker. Plus, since I'm doing this at the house and not doing it at a show, there's always the possibility that I'm going to put fixed tip spray and other protective spray over the art as well. So that'll protect it from getting damaged as well. In the sun, if you have it out in the sun. that was green. I was looking for a certain. That's what I'm looking for. This is a peacock green. And this kind of fluffy, yeah, fluffy. Makes the pines look a little more fluffy. And it gives a little more of a bluish pine tone to the pine tree as well, which I want. Okay, yeah, that looks good. A bit. Yeah, I actually kind of like that. More that way. Um, why? What? Oh, okay. Not important. Basically, someone was asking me why I or Chris or some other people are at a certain convention. And, well, for one thing, I'm not in Michigan, so I'm not going to be at Motor City Con. I'm in South Carolina, not normally. Um, I have been to Motor City, but it's been a long time. I want to say 94 was the last time I was in Motor City Con. So, yeah, it's been a while. Chris would have to give you more of an answer on that sort of a thing himself later. I'll mention it to him when we see each other online again. See if he wants to address that. Um, Let me go ahead and color this sandy little beach here, let you guys know what's going on. Get some more depth perception here. You're just over 2 hours already. And I said multi-sketch, darn it, so let's get this done. I think what I'm going to do with the dragon is give a very light pale green here a little bit. But I want to get this beach front here filled in. It's not really a beachfront, but it is. It's sandy beach with pine, which is very common in where? Michigan. So you can tell I was thinking about what Chris was doing when I started this. Okay, that takes care of that. This is still this part over here. So let's go ahead and. Oh, I did something wrong. Okay. This is why I work in colored pencil, so I can erase it. Okay, let's get that color. Let's get that tree back in there. Let's get that there. Or am I doing it right? I don't know. That's that tree. That's that. Yeah, okay, I was right. Okay. I didn't screw it up. It just looked like I did for a second. Okay. I just gotta. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense now. All right. So I can go back in here and color it again, which is fine. I thought I colored in the waterway, which I didn't, but I could have very easily have done. So better to be erase and check and make sure you got your angles right and stuff, and be sorry later. So there's that. Get a little bit dark brown here under the tree so you guys can see the trees or what they are. This tree. Get it. Not a whole lot of nothing left on that one. There's going to be a little more. Whoops, sorry about that. More rustic red here on this one to kind of give it more of a sample of its being burnt. There's going to be red and then a very dark gray coming in. And white and just a little bit of go ahead and get this. All that grayish. Yeah, it's good. All right. Let's go ahead and put that back. And let's find green. Is this the color I want? No, it's too bright. Not green. That's why. More fluorescent yellow. Here is my. That's the green I want. Okay. Yeah, that's what I want. All right. Let's go ahead and get that on there. Get that there where you guys can see it. Now this is a alcohol-based marker, not like Sharpie. It has a lot more light fastedness. It'll stay pretty much as it should. We are going to do Iron Man, I promise. If nothing else, we get pencils done on Iron Man. Even if I have to stay a little bit longer, I will. Do I play D&D? I used to. I haven't in a long time. I moved out west, and everybody's playing the cards and not the tabletop, and I just never really got back to it. And then the game evolved, and it was like 5 or 60 rules, and I'm back on, either 2 or 3. I don't know. So I was like, I don't know if I really fit in that anymore in that way. So there's that. Yeah, I don't know. It's just been a long time, and with gaming, you got to be with the right people. I mean, it's not like I'm not someone who can just sit down and play that kind of stuff with just anyone. You kind of have to build a relationship with your group. That I haven't had in a long time with anyone. The people around my area just don't. I'm not going to say they're not friendly. That's not the right word. I just don't feel quite as comfortable around them as I did back in the day. And I think part of that is just my unfamiliarity with more modern ruling and stuff like that, and just kind of feel a little more intimidated because I'm not as savvy as I used to be on the stuff. So there's that, and then there's just a lot of people who have been gaming with their friends for decades. They've had these groups together forever, and you're kind of an outsider, and it becomes a little bit difficult to fit in on some of these things. At least in my experience. So, I'm usually when I do go to a gaming hall or gaming store where they got the gaming going on, I'm actually more apt to just sit down and do this and then have people like buy artwork or something than actually game. Um, that's just been my experience since I moved away from Michigan in the 90s. Um, again, part of it is the switch over to the card gaming and the let's do it, the hero clicks and stuff like that. It was just never my thing. Warhammer's another big one that people are really into, and I get it. I don't have anything against any of it. I wish everybody fun and happiness with their gaming and their painting of miniatures and all the stuff. Because I used to do some of that stuff too. I painted miniatures and stuff, but maybe I would have stayed a little bit more if I had been in the right area when I was younger. Um, but once I moved out west, it just kind of, it went away more or less. I mean, I did some activity because I was working with TSR and um, Steve Jackson Games and stuff, but it was not the same. It's a big difference when you're doing something professionally for making gaming materials for publication and just playing the play and horse around, have fun, type thing. But I was thinking, yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, I'm gonna do that and that and that. That's the green for that. I gotta stick with the green for this though. Okay. I know a lot of people are thinking what colors and other things are going on here. Um, I'm gonna choose. Um, I have to try to do a variety of styles and color schemes with Dragon because one thing I forgot to draw his ear. So let me go ahead and get that ear actually in here. Kind of needs to have an ear so he can hear. It'd be kind of bad for a dragon to be deaf. Let's go ahead and put that ear in there. That helps. And we'll put that back over there. Get my green back. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Now this is supposed to be flesh green, according to this. I don't know what they're calling flesh green, but we'll see what they come up with. That does not look green to me. That looks yellowish, which is fine. I'm not against that right now because I want a certain look. And we'll just go ahead and use that for the horn set up here. Blend that in a little bit. That's fine. Let's go ahead and put that there. And let's go ahead and put it on all of those tips here. Because that looks kind of like a bone fleshy color. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, let's put it there. And there. And there and there. And then what I'll do, because this doesn't tell me what color it actually is that'll come in with this. Kind of a tannish brown over that. Yeah, it's better. That looks a lot better, actually. Okay, let's go ahead and actually fill that in with this. Yeah, I'm liking that a lot better, actually. What is this going to look like? Oh, yeah. A little too much space. It's and there's going to be more color tones in the wings and stuff too. Don't worry. But I'm going dark on these wings. With this BK27, whatever that means, it doesn't actually have a color on it. Kind of annoying, but yeah, it is what it is. Go ahead and slow that. Yeah, that looks better. No, I'm not going to use the same color for the chest plate. I'm actually going to go brighter on the chest plate than I am on those wings. More of a peachy tan than this tan. I can't read. I got my glasses off. So because my eyes are starting to, like I told you, my one eye was twitching. So when I do that, sometimes when I take the glasses off, it stops, and it did. So I had to keep them off for a minute, which makes my eyes blur a little bit when I'm trying to go from screen to the art. But give me a moment. I want to go back in here. Thing again. This is flush green. I don't want that. Let me go ahead and find a green I actually want and play with this a little bit. Yeah, that looks all right. Now what I need to do that takes care of that. Yeah. All right. I don't want to get too dark with it because we'll get some of these markers are not the color they say they are, in my opinion. Now you see why I did the pines as dark as I did, because now you can see I'm doing that, the spinal fins in a darker green, but they're still a lighter and different green than that of the pines, so that you can still differentiate them in depth perception. Now with this tail, I might And some of that flesh green on there, just to lighten it up a little bit, if it will. And more or less darkens it. That's okay. I can do that. That actually looks cool. It looks more reptilian that way. Okay. Let's see. What do you guys think? I'm thinking that looks all right. Yeah. I don't think I need to make the rest of the tail fin, the rest of the fin line the same color as the very tail end. I think that just leaving that a little bit of that yellowish green makes it stand out. So yeah, I'm liking that. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and put that down and back into place though. I don't want to mistake that for the wrong color. That's not the right color. Let's see. Okay. Glasses need to go on for a second. Just a second. Just so I can see what I'm doing. Can't read the damn. There we go. Whoop, where'd it go? All right, that's the marker I want. Well, it was supposed to be. It comes in too dark. No, I can leave that okay. Let me get a. I don't want that. Okay. I say I want peachy. I want peachy. I just don't like doing colored pencils on the breastplate, but that's the way it's going to be to start with. We'll just do it super light. Build layers, I guess. What am I going to do with this color? Well, after I get the peach laid in, the plan is to find the right kind of yellow. Go over it. But let's get the rudimentary in here first. Okay. Now for yellow. Finding the right kind of yellow. Hopefully. Oh, yeah. This is what I wanted. Uh, my other co-host, John, is now in the other window. He's here to tell us that he will definitely be on this week. Yay! He's gonna review Herculoids #3 and Great Garloo #0 because his copy finally showed up at the comic book store. Thank goodness for him for that. And then he wants to do a Lilo and Stitch, which is fine by me. So that's what he'll be reviewing this coming up week, in addition to all the fun stuff that we have mentioned this week is what we were going to do next week. So, yeah, lots of cool stuff from John. I'm going to let him know that he can do Lilo and Stitch this week as well. So there's that. That's good news for the show. Yay. Something to cheer about. Let's go ahead and Carl's hands. Is the breastplate. I think that looks reasonably good. Let me go ahead and also put some of this yellow into this wing if it will do it, if it'll take it. Oh yeah, I like that. It just kind of makes everything kind of not uniform. Well, uniform is probably the right word. We're almost done with this. What are we on here? So about 15 minutes left. Let me go ahead and finish this wing. And get the rock colored in. And then we'll go right to the Iron Man piece with just pencils. I think we'll finish the Iron Man tomorrow. But I will start it today. Am I going to color the sky? I haven't made up my mind yet. I probably shouldn't I? We'll see. Let me. To read that out. Okay, I gotta get it. Yeah, okay, that looks pretty good. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Wrong brown. Well, I got a little brown on his tail. I'm gonna have to fix that somehow. That's what happens when you get trying to do things too quick. You make little mistakes like that. But I will figure out a way to cover it, or I will do something else with that section. Yeah, that takes care of it in there. Now I gotta fix that. Um, I think that fixes that. And actually, I think if I do this, that looks better too. Yeah, that looks better. Okay. we'll go ahead and put a little dark shading in here, a little dark shading there, a little dark shading here, a little dark shading here. Okay. Yeah, I'm digging that. A little bit of that, that. Okay. That's right there. What's that? That's. Let's go ahead and look these. Here's some gray rock. Depth. This is gray rock as well. The teeth. No. Teeth. About my chair being so creaky. It's only like, I don't know, 30 years old. And I tried to get a new one, but I can't find anything I like. Okay, that's that. Anyway. As for the guy, I haven't made my mind yet, but I do need. My eyes are getting kind of wonky here a little bit. Come on. I do need to kind of get this water here I was doing. To that. And we don't want the same for the water as sky. So I gotta add some more blue in here. I want to lose some of the white as well for reflection tone. That looks okay. Alrighty, we're almost to the end here on this one. I think hopefully this pen will be solid enough to let me finish. It looks like it's going to be dry on me. Figures. Oh, I'm so sure someone's telling me their top 10 comics of the week. Next level, you must read these. And it's like, yeah, sure. I'll go check that video out later, but I'm going to be laughing because of who it is claiming it. Oh, yes, I like this. This looks good. The blues. Once I got the other side of the pen going, I got some good juice on the marker, shall we say. So that should cover our page. Yes, I've got quite a bit to do, but that's what will be okay. Just gotta take my time with it. That's all. Which, of course, you know. Let's go back to the other and just press harder. What color is this again? Pale beauty. Well, let me go ahead and get the edge of this. This has got good color on the edge here. I can do this. I may have to come back and do something else with the sky here, but that's okay. Let's get the color around the dragon's shell covered at least. Okay, that's that. There's that. Yeah, this marker's gonna get dry on me, of course. Always when you need something for a full color read. That's okay. Not the end of the world. Yeah, I'm gonna leave that like Let's go ahead and do as much filling as I can here. Now, because this is fading, let me go back over. These are actually much lighter. Let's see what happens. Because I don't want to have a weird shade. That's the pale baby blue. Yeah, those are completely. Well, I could do that. There. Yeah, okay. It's just going to be a little bit lighter, obviously, but I want that for undertone so I can play into it more. And I wish I knew these markers were going to be this dried out. I didn't expect them to be because I hadn't been using them for a while. So actually, if I play with this enough, I can make this into clouds. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make that a cloud. Make this into a cloud. Do another cloud here. Do another cloud here. That way I'm not going light so much. That. And that takes care of that. Give me back my other blue that I was doing with the pale blue. Again, sorry if this marker's dying on me. What happens sometimes. I may have to come back to this to finish it. markers because I don't know if this thing's going to hold up, and I'm going to have to play games and find a matching color elsewhere. But let's get as much as this, at least rudimentarily filled in, so you guys can see what I'm going to do here. Before I go to Iron Man. Okay. That's that. Let's go ahead and throw this all in. H here. H up there. Yeah, that's going to work that way. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let me do something here. See if this works. It does. It's just going to make everything a little bit darker, but okay. Let me do this. Hope you guys don't mind. It's not the blue I wanted, but sometimes you just have to compromise to get what's best for the picture. And this looks a lot better. I'll probably be doing this for another half hour. My luck. We will get to Iron Man, I promise. I have to get this done. My brain's just... at least get the back sky done, not the full detail of it. And there will be more detail. In fact, I'll probably okay. Let me go ahead. See, whenever I go to the heavy pen side, they always want to dry out, and I don't know why. I mean, these are not brand new markers, mind you. I've been using them for a while. Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear the sound the marker's making as I work on this. Sound like I'm working in a factory here. It's okay if this is going darker blue because it's actually making the other stuff for the greens pop more. So I'm okay with it. It's not quite what I would have done for this guy normally, but this is what you have to do as an artist is kind of adapt as you're going. Kept my hand. Give me a second. Stretch it out. Okay. Okay. You're almost there. So I still will do some touch-ups on this, but I want to get this sky. Well, actually, I'm really done this one. I am surprised. As warm as and sunny and stuff as is out today, there's no kids outside. Of course, the kids today don't seem to play outside like they did in my day. They're all playing video games or on the internet, I guess. I don't know. But like 2 doors down, they have a giant trampoline, and you think, hey, it's in the 80s. It's got a nice breeze going. Sunny out. Why wouldn't you be outside playing? But it's not dinner time yet around here. Most people don't seem to cook until 7ish. It's not even. Well, I guess it is 6:30, isn't it? Okay, well, maybe they are getting ready for dinner. Yeah, this looks good. This works. Put that in. Nice and dark. That in nice and dark. Put these in. So, what are you guys doing this weekend? Those of you who are not watching live but will watch later, what did you guys do this weekend so far? Did you go to a convention like Motor City Con or maybe some other show that was going on this weekend? Yes, I know I need to work faster. Thank you, Captain Obvious. um, yeah, that's what happens when you're not drawing for a while. Um, you kind of you can't draw. It's just you don't have the same speed. Okay. Yeah. Let me go ahead and actually do this. Why am I doing that? Well, it just looks better in my opinion to have it like this. Um, yeah, that works. And I'll even put a little bit of dark blue in here for the water to match the sky. Okay, Mhm. Well, here, let me do it this way. Where the there's going to be some more touch up on this. I'm going to do some highlighting on the clouds and a few other things, but I'm going to like do some vein work in the wings and some other things in there. And I'll show that tomorrow when I get it finished. Um, but let's go ahead and get to that Iron Man, like I promised. We got a cover sketch here. Let's go ahead and get to the pencils. Let's see. Actually, let's do something a little bit different. Since I have blue lines already done, let's just go straight to the inks. That way, you guys will feel like you got something a little more finished. Now, what am I doing here? Well, I'm filling in a lot of line work. Let's try and get some of the metallic reflections on his armor. I will have to stop soon. It is 6:35, so I'm gonna have to stop around 7. So it'll be a little bit longer episode today than I planned. Hopefully my hand will hold out another 20 minutes. Starting to cramp up as you saw a few minutes ago. But it should be okay. I'm gonna have to finish this. Okay, you left. Thank goodness. I don't like it when Google wants to tell me, hey, you got messages. I don't want messages. I don't care. Take the glasses off again. Hmm. Mm, should have done that beforehand. I didn't think about it. Hmm. Yeah. Always for the backing board and the paste paper between your um, covering your pages behind it. I'm just filling the blacks in quick. I will color this, so I'll be retouching a lot of these blacks when I get done with the color. Because it is red and yellow for Iron Man. That means a lot of layered coloring, particularly for yellow, to get the golden look, reflections and stuff. So don't panic too much then doing in these black areas the way I am. Hmm. I don't want to go get a stencil. I won't. That means it's because I don't know where it's at right this second. Now I kind of really do need to have the stencil finish that head and get the curve right. So I had well, where's my reward? But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it in a couple of minutes here. Um, I know you're all trying to figure out what's going on. It's the background and stuff, but I promise I'll have it all make sense tomorrow. Finish this up tomorrow. I'll have the dragon to show you. I'll have some other stuff to show you, and I'll also have the other piece I was planning on doing done, not done, but ready to go, I should say. So let me go ahead and background and this sort of. Oh, yeah, that's the warning device right there. He's saying he wants his dinner. Midnight Monster. I can't say I blame the boy. Yeah. Woo woo. Yeah, I know. Stop hitting me. I'm trying to draw a cat. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it this way. Yeah, it looks good. I think so far. Let's take a quick straight arm shot at it. When we get done, there'll be all kinds of cool tech behind him and other things going on. So again, I'll have this ready tomorrow first thing. So um, let's try 1 o'clock to 5, so 4 hours tomorrow. Presuming I don't have any other things going on, but yeah. He gonna get himself smacked. Yes, he is. Yeah, I think I better stop. It's enough here. So let me go ahead and turn the camera off real quick. Put the camera where it normally is. Oh, hush, cat. I'll be with you in just a second. Before I head out. We got less than a minute for 4 hours, and that's more than enough in this episode. But again, here is the Iron Man that started. And here's the dragon, which I will finish up tonight and show you the finished piece tomorrow. And then we'll do the Iron Man and the other piece I need to get done. But again, I apologize for the slowness a little bit today. I wasn't expecting my eye to start twitching. It's been doing that a lot lately. My left eye is just kind of messed up lately. But anyway, appreciate you watching. We'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. In the meantime, you can contact me at Lewis.BrightRaven on Facebook, at the on X, LewisBrightRave2. You can see more of my artwork at DeviantArt.com/BrightRaven. You've been watching Quoth Raven, Lewis BrightRaven, exclusively on YouTube. You have questions, comments, suggestions on things you talked about, or you want me to draw specific characters or whatever, Quoth the Raven, Lewis BrightRaven, or Quoth the Raven LBR72 at gmail.com, pardon me. And if I don't get back to you there, try Lewis BrightRaven at yahoo.com. I'm putting my pens away here. Trying to. But in the meantime, we thank you for watching. Spending some time with me and chatting, and we'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Quoth the Raven, nevermore.